Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. The horse and drivers are on the track for tonight's first of two non-wagering qualifying events. Number one is Marley's Boy with driver Mark Campbell. Number two is Cross Cut, the qualifying driver Zach Noy. And number three is TH Boomtown, the driver Gilles Berriot. Tonight's first of two non-wagering qualifying events lining up in behind the starting gate. One is Marley's Boy with Mark Campbell. Two is Crosscut with Zach Noy, qualifying driver. And three on the outside is TH Boomtown with Gilles Berriot. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go, off and pacing from the outside. TH Boomtown first off the wings for the lead as they race into the first turn. Off stride at the rail went Marley's Boy, following into second. That is Crosscut as they race around the turn. They'll go to the backstretch for the first time, passing by the opening eighth. On their way to the opening quarter, led by TH Boomtown, in line to Gilles Berriot. In second, that is Crosscut with qualifying driver Zach Noy. And at the back is Marley's Boy as they move on by the opening quarter. No change in position. It is TH Boomtown, your leader. 3 lengths back in second to Crosscut, and gapped out the trailer is Marley's Boy past the opening quarter in 31 and 2. Moving by the 3/8 turn, they'll race around the turn. Down the stretch in front of us for the first time, and they're led by TH Boomtown. Crosscut is closing in second, and your trailer, that's Marley's Boy as they pass us for the first time. No change in position. Still TH Boomtown on top past the half. In second is Crosscut, and Marley's Boy is the trailer after a half of 101 and 1. Moving to the 5/8 turn for the second and final time. TH Boomtown starts to open up a bit on the front end. In second is Crosscut, and Marley's Boy the trailer as they go down the back stretch. Moving to the 3/4. TH Boomtown. Crosscut in second, Marley's Boy the trailer as they pass on by the 3/4 mile mark. They move into the far turn, second and final time. It's TH Boomtown. Crosscut is second, and Marley's Boy moving into the 7/8. And TH Boomtown has been there from the get-go. Gapping out in second, that is Crosscut, and Marley's Boy the trailer. Down the stretch they come. It's all TH Boomtown to Jill Barrio to win it. In for second will be Crosscut, and Marley's Boy will be 3 after 3/4 in 129 and 3. Results of this evening's first qualifier. Number 1, Marley's Boy, was 3. 2, Crosscut, second. And 3, TH Boomtown, your winner. Fractions 31 and 2. The half in 101 and 1. 3/4 129 and 3. Time for the mile 157 and 4. Top down 3, 2, 1. In tonight's second qualifier, number 1, Chromed Up. The driver is Mark Campbell. Horse and drivers are on the track for tonight's second and final non-wagering qualifying event. Number 1 is Chromed Up with driver Mark Campbell. Number 2 is Ooh Jules with Donnie McNeil. Number 3 is No Fence Big Enough with Adam Murner. Number 4 is the trotter Ocean View Daisy with Miles Heffernan Sr. Number 5, It's All Good with Kenny Murphy. Number 6, My Ambrose with Ryan DeRoche. And number 7 will be Never Shway Never with Jill Barrio. Tonight's second and final non-wagering qualifying event, lining up in behind the starting gate with Chromed Up with Mark Campbell, Ooh Jules and Donnie McNeil, 3 No Fence Big Enough with Adam Murner, Ocean View Daisy, the trotter from 4 with Miles Heffernan Sr., It's All Good is 5 with Kenny Murphy, My Embro 6 with Ryan DeRoche, 7 on the outside is Never Shway Never with Gilles Barrio. Here they come. They're off and trotting in the middle. That is Ocean View Daisy for the lead as they race off the gate, heading into the first turn. Ooh, Jules coming away in second, driving up on the outside third is Never Shway Never. At the rail in fourth is Chromed Up. Back there in fifth, It's All Good. My Ambrose in there in sixth, and the early trailer after a break, leaving. That is No Fence Big Enough as they move to the backstretch for the first time. Moving to the opening quarter, led by the trotter. That's Ocean View Daisy and Miles Heffernan Sr. In second is Ooh Jules, at 3 lengths back in third. That is Never Shway Never, past the opening quarter in 28 and 3. Moving past the 3/8 now. They'll come down the stretch in front of us for the first time, and it's Ocean View Daisy trotting on front. In second, that is Ooh Jules. Never Shway Never looks at it in third. Chromed Up back there in fourth. A gap back to It's All Good in fifth. Then it's My Ambrose, and your trailer is No Fence Big Enough. Past the half. They'll move into the 5/8 turn now for the second and final time. Still led by Ocean View Daisy. 58 and 2 by the half. They pass on by the 5/8 and go to the backstretch for the second and final time. Ocean View Daisy's been there from the get-go. In second is Ooh Jules. Never Shway Never moves to the outside third. Back there in fourth is Chromed Up. And they're 3 wide now, passing by the 3/4. Ocean View Daisy at the rail. 3 wide out there, Never Shway Never. In the middle is Ooh Jules. As they move into the far turn, final time. 1:28 and 3 by the 3/4, passing by the 7/8. Never Shway Never farthest out. And at the rail second is Ooh Jules. Now then third, that is Ocean View Daisy, Chromed Up coming up on the outside. Through the stretch for the mile, it's all Never Shway Never to win it. In second, that is Ooh Jules. Coming on third is Chromed Up. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. Results of the second qualifier: number 1, Chromed Up, 3. 2, Ooh Jules, 2. 3, No Fence Big Enough, 7, and did not qualify. 4, Ocean View Daisy, 4. 5, It's All Good was 5. 6, My Embro, 6. 7, Never Shway Never the winner. Fractions 28-3, a half in 58 and 2. 3/4, 128 and 3. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. Top down, 3:27, 4:5, 6:1. The only horses that did not qualify tonight: Marley's Boy and No Fence Big Enough.
Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this picture-perfect evening of racing. Scheduled 13-pack for you tonight, a baker's dozen, and we feature the PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots Divisions. It's the graduate series of the PEI Colt Stakes, and we have 5 divisions tonight, and they come up in races 2, 4, 7, 10, and the 13th finale. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk in our 13th and final race. I find it the most intriguing of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series here tonight. It's a field of 8, and the major players, at least on paper, are drawing on the outside of the gate. I'll take you through the lineup in that 13th race. Salzbrook Annie coming in off a win for David Dowling. They have the pole position. All about the bet draws too for Brady Sweet. Sensational Gal off a couple qualifiers for Barrio as post 3. Princess Halo post 4 for Kenny Arsenault. Roll with it, darling. Coming off a win last time out for Langell. Jason Hughes gets that live catch drive. Windermere Sadie and Campbell have post 6. Redland Miss Pretty and Langell, they have post 7, and Salzbrook Feisty and Adam Murner on the outside of the gate. So it should be a dandy race in that 13th finale. But before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and equipment changes, and for those, we'll send it upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 8 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 20 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change is in the first race. Number 1, Ponnell Bay Colleen, adding blinkers. The next and the final change on the card, you'll go to race 8. In the 8th race, number 2, Lady Divine, adding a mini bit. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's 13-race presentation. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. First race set for 6 o'clock. That'll leave you 26 minutes to make your race 1 decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. If you're just joining us, we have a baker's dozen for you tonight, 13 races, and we feature the PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots tonight. The series takes place tonight. There's 5 divisions coming up in races 2, 4, 7, 10, and our finale 13th. We also have the top trot coming up in race 9. It's a full field of 8, and Buckhead Ridge, who's riding a 3-race winning streak coming into tonight. Going to have to do it from the outside of the gate. They have post 8 in that feature trot tonight. Gilles Barrio picks up the live catch drive. So they have post 8, and I'll go left. New Legacy has post 7 for David Dowling. Ripped and Ready, Brett Clough will drive this one in its Charlottetown debut. Whole Nother has post 5 for Billy McKay. Final Text post 4 for Mark Campbell. Jessica Kenny Murphy post 3. Fight Song, my top play in that race, has post 2 for Jason Hughes, and Glider Man has a pole position for Miles Heffernan. So that should be a fantastic race coming up in race 9. And then the very next race, race 10, we kick off our late pick for it. Has a guaranteed pool of $1,000 and a low 15% takeout. But to kick off the card, we have the aisle pick 5, and we're going to take a look at my aisle pick 5 ticket here as we pull it up. And there is a look at my aisle pick 5 ticket. In race 1, I'm going to go with the 3 Wired Blue Chip. And this one, Mark Campbell gets the call here tonight for trainer Earl Watts, coming in off a strong second last week, 2 minutes 2/5. Second the week before that as well. So we like Wire Blue Chip in race number 1. Then over in race 2, going to go with the 1 Starship Beauty. Paul Angel will drive for trainer Kyle Williams, and this one made a break last time out. Came first up, but this one was a pretty nice filly last year. If you look over at her lines, she made over $27,000 last year in her sophomore campaign. So Starship Beauty with the pole position. I like her in that second race. And then race 3, going to go with the 6 Catch a Few Rays and Ryan DeRoche. Coming in off a scratch, but shows some nice trips in 59 on her card. And she had a pretty nice season last year, 9 for 24. 0 for 2 so far this year, so we think she gets one in the win column there in race number 3. Over in race 4, going to go with the 2 in there. Going to go with Good Omen and Paul Langell, coming in off a strong 4th, 55-3. How about that closing quarter, 27-3 final panel for Good Omen. So we're going to go with the 2 in leg 4, and then we're going to close it out in leg 5 with the 6 down by the east side. Put the hobbles on for the qualifier. Strong qualifier, 57-2. 27-4 final panel for Campbell. And so we like down by the east side to close it out in our aisle pick 5 ticket. 31626 for me. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. He looks at 35326. Classifier's choice. Matching strides with Peter at 35326. And again, that is a guaranteed pool of $2,000 and a low 15% takeout. We're about 11 away for you to make your decision in that aisle. Pick 5. Good luck.
First race pacers and their drivers have entered the track. They're set for the post parade here in race number 1. Now on the track, 1 is Ponel Bay Colleen, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Gilles Barrio catch drives. Listen Linda Lou, number 2, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, David Dowling. Wire Blue Chip 3, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. All Over Town, number 4, owned by Don Bishop, Bruce McDonald, and Chris Strictly. Adam Murner now trains and drives. Five is Salzbrook Lynn, Joe Baxter of Spring Valley, the owner-trainer, Ryan DeRasha. Sourpuss Sarah, number 6, owned by Ryan and Roy Doucette of South Rustico. Ryan Doucette, the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Cinnamon Swirl 7, owned by Stacy Darrow from Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Stacy trains. Corey McPherson up. Pop the Pin, number 8, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Here's the 9, Fernhill Java, owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, and Gerald Morrissey, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 3 minutes to post time. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the industry low 15% takeout. Kurt Hughes and the top contenders are coming up next.
We got the I'll Pick 5 kicking off here in race number 1. As Vance mentioned, $2,000 guarantee pool, low 15% takeout. We also have 2 super high 5s on the card coming up in race 5 and race 13. And then we have a late pick 4 kicks off in race 10, the last 4 races of the card. $1,000 guarantee pool, low 15% takeout on that as well. But race 1 starters are on track. There is my top play in the first race, Wire Blue Chip, 3-year-old daughter by Better's Delight. Earl Watts trains for the ownership group of Michael Curry and Jerry McKinnon. Mark Campbell picks up the live catch drive here tonight from this inside draw. Last time out, Harold Shepard in the seat from post 5. They got to the front, controlled things for most of the mile before getting beat by her stablemate, the last Artie. Campbell was driving the last Artie in that race, got the edge over Wire Blue Chip by a half a length. This one closed out 28-2, pretty nice effort, 2 minutes 2/5 was her time, and then the start prior to that, a nice trip as well, finishing second, race time to 58-4. So I think they're headed back to the front here tonight, getting a real good shot at Campbell scoring down the 3 at Wired Blue Chip. Currently 9-5, nice price on her. Got one equipment change here in race 1, Pownell Bay Colleen adding blinkers. Burial will drive Pownell Bay Colleen, and they are adding blinkers. Typically when they add blinkers to a horse and they draw inside, that usually means they're looking to be pretty aggressive early in the mile. So we'll see what happens with Pownell Bay Colleen with the pole position in this first race. But again, just adding blinkers to her equipment in that first race. I've elected to go with the 2, Listen Linda Lou. This one's a 4-year-old mare by State Treasure, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford. He's the trainer. And David Dowling will drive. Pretty nice trip last time out from off the pace. Head post 6, got away 6 by 7.5, and rallied to be only beaten a length at the wire. 2 minutes 3/5 was her time. 28-2 final panel. Pretty nice effort. Nice effort the week before as well. Good 2-hole ride, finishing second to Wise Moon. 2 minutes 2/5. 28-2 final panel. So another good post for Listen Linda Lou. Picks up Dave Dowling, and so I like this one. Even money, the bettors are all over. Adam Murner takes over the training duties on the 4. All over town. Adam Murner will drive for Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, and Chris Strictly. And this one a nice qualifier in 2 minutes. Closing quarter, 28 flat. That's a pretty nice mile for this 3-year-old daughter by Arthur Blue Chip. Good starting spot. I'm going to put her in there for third. I'm at 3-2-4 here in race 1. Good luck with your picks. Race 1 starters lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Beautiful night for racing. Vance, up to you for the call.
Absolutely, Kurt. We've been waiting on it, and it's coming. They're in the opener with Punnell Bay Colleen. Listen to Linda Lou, Wired Blue Chip, all over town. Salisbrook Lynn, Sourpuss Sarah, Cinnamon Swirl, Pop the Pin, in back, Fernhill Java, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride on the rail, Punnell Bay Colleen jumped it off early, and there they go, off and pacing. All over town being sent out. Listen, Linda Lou towards the rail going with her. Then the third one, as they make the turn, is Wired Blue Chip. To get away fourth is Fernhill Java. Then in fifth is Salisbrook Lynn. On the outside, Cinnamon Swirl is sixth. Seventh, that's Sourpuss Sarah. Then in eighth, Pop the Pin. And the trailer ninth is Punnell Bay Colleen. Early movement here. All over town. Pops out of the 2-hole from Murner to take over the lead from Listen Linda Lou. Then racing third is Wired Blue Chip. All alone in fourth is Fernhill Java. Solid beginning, 28 and 2, the opening quarter. They're scattered here in the Thursday night opener at Charlottetown. Now on the point. All over town, the leader on Listen Linda Lou. Wired Blue Chip up with the leaders third. Then Fernhill Java fourth, racing from fifth. That's Salisbrook Lynn underway in the outside 6 is Cinnamon Swirl. Then a racing from 7th. That's Sourpuss Sarah. 8th is Pop the Pin. In the backfield, Puddle Bay Colleen. 58 and 2 was the half mile. Around the paddock turn, they're over to the 5/8 pole. The leader all over town. Listen, Linda Lou, second. There goes Wired Blue Chip. Third to the outside. Cinnamon Swirl is now picked up 4th. Racing 5th is Fernhill Java. 6th, Salisbrook Lynn. On the outside, Sourpuss Sarah. She's 7th. Then in 8th, Pop the Pin. In the backfield, that's Puddle Bay Colleen. The 3/4 up in 1. 2:28 and 1 with 1/8 of a mile to go. All over town at the rail. Now on the outside, Wired Blue Chip is taken over, turning for home. Listen, Linda Lou. Cinnamon Swirl is closing up on the far outside. Wired Blue Chip for Mark Campbell opens it up. Cinnamon Swirl got up for the deuce. Third goes to All Over Town. And the time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Pretty nice mile for a maiden breaking score for the 3 Wired Blue Chip here. Mark Campbell got away in the 3 hole as the 4 All Over Town and Murner set up shop on the front. The 2, Listen, Linda Lou and Dowling took that 2-hole ride. Wired Blue Chip, just watch these two settle it early in the mile up to the quarter. Pretty pricey for All Over Town. 28 and 2, half 58 and 2. Big fractions for these maiden filly and mares. 3/4, 128 and 1. That's when Campbell pulled the trigger up the backstretch and around that last turn, and this one really fired home, winning by open lengths here in a sharp 157 score for Wire Blue Chip as she picks up her maiden breaking victory in a superb mile at 7-5. 3-7-4. I thought Cinnamon Swirls raced excellent here from that outside post for McPherson, getting up there for the play spot. So again, 3-7-4, the unofficial try in the opener.
Wired Blue Chip on her way to the first race winner's circle. Big pacing filly, 3-year-old daughter of Better's Delight from the Captain Treacherous Dam, Shaka Blue Chip, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated of New York and Let It Ride Stables of Florida. Trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell in the driver's seat will put a maiden record on the filly tonight, 157-4. Wired Blue Chip in the opener.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the first race, Puddle Bay Colleen was 9th. Listen, Linda Lou, 4th. Wired Blue Chip, the race winner. All Over Town was 3rd. Salisbrook Lynn finished 5th. Sourpuss Sarah was 6th. Cinnamon Swirl second. Pop the Pin was 8th. Fernhill Java finished 7th. The fractions were 28 and 2, 58 and 2, 128 and 1, and the mild in 157 and 4. In review, your program reads 941 356 287. Wired blue chip paid $4.90. The exactor $42, the triactor $299, and the superfecta $132.90.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HBI rewards for PEI customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown Live Racing and earn points, and you can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI rewards program for PEI.
PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. On the second race parade, number 1 is Starship Beauty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training. Paul Langell drives. Freaky Fanny, number 2, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, trained and driven by Darren Crow. Shelley Spirit 3, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford's the trainer, driven tonight by Miles Heffernan Sr. Thinking of Eddie, number 4, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. 5, Woodmere Kennedy, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Magnificent Mia, number 6, owned by Michael Collings of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, Gilles Barrio. Harry's Line Crew, number 7, owned by Keith Legg of Upper North River, Nova Scotia. Keith trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. A special thank you to Cam McPhee and JD Marine and Diving Incorporated for their continued support of PEI Harness Racing and the title sponsor of the Graduate Series for Mares.
Yes, thanks again to JD Marine and Diving Inc. for sponsoring the Mares Series here of the PEI Colt Stakes. They are on track for race 2. There's my top play, the 1 Starship Beauty, owned by Windermere Farms and Kyle Williams. Kyle's the trainer. Paul Langell in the driver's seat. Pretty nice season last year, 8 for 22 in the top 3. A mark of 55-4 taken here in Charlottetown, almost 28,000 in earnings. Went down to the States for a while back here on PEI last week. Had first over journey, was second at the top of the stretch, and then made that unfortunate break. Ended up 6th, race time to 2:01. And so hopefully they can bounce back here with a big effort from the pole position. Starship Beauty, my top play and a long shot right now at 24.60 on the board. Mark Campbell drives the 5. Woodmere Kennedy for his son Landon Campbell. Mike Pollard of Stratford is the owner. Pretty nice trip last time out from off the pace. Spotted them 11 lengths at the quarter. Ended up rallying to be only beaten 6 at the wire, finishing 3rd. Race time, nice race time, 56-4. Sharp closer of 28-4. Was put on the front end in her first start back and faded to 4th on that mile, but a real good bounce back effort last week. So making her 3rd start back here tonight from post 5. She will be tough to beat at 2-1. That was a pretty tough group. Woodmere Kennedy was in against in her last race as well. My Happy Place, Tall Dark Latte. So she was a real good 3rd in there. For 3rd on my ticket, I'm going to go with the 3, Shelley Spirit. Heffernan picks up the catch drive from trainer Keith Ford. He shares ownership with Ben Matheson. David Neal and Douglas Neal as well shares ownership on this 4-year-old mare by Peng Shui. A winner on the front end for Ford, 2 starts back, 58-4. That was at her bottom level. Jumped up to the 7:21 last week. Head post 6, was parked the entire mile. Ended up fading to 5th. Race time to 59-1. So hopefully a journey inside this week for Shelley Spirit. If they get the trip, I think probably drafting mid-pack, I think they can grab the show spot in here. I'm at 153 in race 2. Good luck with your selections. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for race 2. It's post time. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
First division of the graduate. Starship Beauty, Freaky Fanny, Shelley Spirit, Thinking of Eddie. Woodmere Kennedy, Magnificent Maya. Harry's Line Crew outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Freaky Fanny with the first call. Shelley Spirit alongside. Then to their outside is Thinking of Eddie. On the rail, that is Starship Beauty fourth. Racing from fifth on the far outside is Harry's Line Crew. To get away sixth is Woodmere Kennedy, and the trailer, Magnificent Maya. Up the backstretch for time one, Freaky Fanny, the early leader for Darren Crow. From the outside, Thinking of Eddie, parked out second. Shelley Spirit closes up third. Closing in from fourth, that is Harry's Line Crew. Thinking of Eddie needs a friend. He's going to back up now. Look for the spot in fourth, and he'll get it, because off stride went Starship Beauty, 28 and 4 the opening quarter. Off the turn for time one. They approach the opening half mile. It's Freaky Fanny on the lead. Shelley Spirit is second. And in third, Harry's Line Crew. There goes Woodmere Kennedy on the outside to pick up fourth. Thinking of Eddie has fifth, and she goes out. In sixth, Magnificent Maya. Then the trailer, Starship Beauty, 58 and 2 over to the opening half mile. Over to the 5/8 they go next, and Freaky Fanny continuing to lead. From the outside, Woodmere Kennedy now second, in the pocket third. Shelley Spirit fourth on the outside is Thinking of Eddie. Harry's Line Crew at the rail fifth. Then in sixth, Magnificent Maya. And in the backfield after another break, that's Starship Beauty. They go by 3/4. Freaky Fanny opens by 2. Shelley Spirit is second. Woodmere Kennedy hanging on the outside third. Thinking of Eddie fourth. 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Homeward bound, led by Freaky Fanny by open lengths. Shelley Spirit is second. Woodmere Kennedy, Thinking of Eddie coming up the rail. Magnificent Maya way wide, but it's Freaky Fanny and Darren Crow all the way in the graduate. Shelley Spirit was second, rallying up third. Magnificent Maya, good trip on them, 1:56 and 01.
Freaky Fanny and Darren Crow, trainer, driver, sitting chilly in the lane. She was on cruise control coming down the stretch here. What an incredible mile by Freaky Fanny here in race 2, our first PEI Coal Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. She was put on the point, 28 and 4, half 58 and 2, 127 and 3 to the 3/4 poles, a couple taps down the stretch, and it's game over on the competition. Freaky Fanny jogs in 56 and 1. In for second, Shelley Spirit, and up for third, Magnificent Mia and Gilberto. So it's a 2-3-6 unofficially here in race 2.
Freaky Fanny on her way to the second race winner's circle by pacing mare 4 by Arch Peak from the Shadow Play Dam, Silver Hill Bunna, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, bred by Lee Gavin of Tignace. Darren Crow, training and driving, put the mare on top at every call, winning tonight at 156 and 1. Freaky Fanny in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the second race. Starship Beauty was 7th, Freaky Fanny the winner, Shelley Spirit 2nd, Thinking of Eddie 4th, Woodmere Kennedy 5th, Magnificent Mia finished 3rd, Harry's Line Crew finished 6th, had broken equipment, fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile 156 and 1. In review 712, 45, 36. Freaky Fanny paid $660. The exactor $46.30. The triactor $1,593.20. Superfecta $159. The early daily double $23.60.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August the 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old Pace and fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event. and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. The nomination fee is $100 and due Thursday, May 29th, 2025.
Condition fillies and mares on the third parade. MD's Girl 1 is owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. J.J. Kinley number 2, Omadilla J of Charlottetown. Vaughn Doyle trains and drives. 3 is Irie, owned by David Mercer of Nova Scotia, Keith, and the estate of Kenneth McDougall of Alberta, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Havarti number 4, owned by Chantal Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Heather's Pet number 5 is owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Corey McPherson up. Catch a Few Rays number 6, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Ryan DeRoche. DC's First Girl number 7, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave is the trainer driver. 5 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer grandstand seats go on sale Wednesday, July 2nd. Kurt is back with those details next.
That's right, Vance, on sale Wednesday, July 2nd, and tickets are $65 each and includes a race program, food service in the 1888 lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. To purchase tickets, call the Eastlink Center box office at 902-629-6625 or visit eastlinkcenterpei.com, and price does not include admission to the grounds. Race 3 starters are on track. No winners 401 the last 4. I'm going with the 6 in here, looking for a price again in this one. We had some great pay so far. $300 try in the first race with the favorite winning. And then in race 2, Freaky Fanny only paid $660 to win. And the try paid $1,593.20. So great pay so far here in our first 2 races. And here in race 3, 11-1 currently on my top play. Peter McPhee's value play of the day. That's Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman. Kenny Wilkie is the trainer, and Ryan DeRoche will drive. 2 trips so far in 2025. Both trips came at the 7:01 level. First start back, head post 2, got away 4th, ended up 6th. Race time 59-3, and then head post 4 on May 8th, and ended up finishing 6th, 2:01-4. So dropping down here to the bottom level. She's pretty good gate speed, and she can come from off the pace. At this level, she's quite versatile, and so DeRoche, he has a few options in his playbook, but I'm going to take a shot at her, and she is still currently long odds at 12-1. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat on the 3. Irie, 3-year-old filly by McWicked, owned by Dave Mercer. Keith in the estate of Kenneth McDougall, Alberta. Tom Weatherby, the trainer. This one got away 3rd last time out from the 3 hole. Got away 4th, ended up 6 by 10.5 at the wire. 2 minutes 4/5. Paced in 2 minutes 4/5. 2 starts back as well, coming from off the pace. So that was a nice rally on that day. closed it out 29 flat. 2 trips at the winners of 1, not more than 2. Then a race in Summerside there in the PEI Cold State Grassroots series. And so here back in an overnight, our bottom condition, good post. She could definitely hit the ticket in here. Irie currently the chalk at 3 to 5. Corey McPherson gets along well with this mare. Heather's Pet, post 5 here for owner, breeder, and trainer Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, 6-year-old mare by Stonebridge. Tara 1 for 29 last year, 0 for 5 this year. But again, Corey seems to get along really well with her, and he's had success in the past. He jumps up here tonight. I'm playing the driver change angle. She shows a trip in 2:01 and 3 last time out, finishing 4th at this level. And so post 5, she's good gate speed, so I'll look for Corey to be pretty aggressive with her tonight in this class. Heather's Pet currently 5 to 1. The wings are open and the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race number 3. The field is on gate upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
MD's Girl, J.J. Kinley, Irie Havarti, Heather's Pet, Catch a Few Rays, and DC's First Girl on the outside. Third race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Havarti, Irie, and MD's Girl at the rail. Joining them on the far outside, Heather's Pet. Then into the turn to race from 5th. As they arrive next at the 8th is Catch a Few Rays, J.J. Kinley in 6th. DC's First Girl is the trailer. Up the backstretch, MD's Girl at the rail, the leader. Here's Irie now set to take over in line to Brody McPhee. Second along the inside is MD's Girl. Now third Havarti, then 4th is Heather's Pet. Catch a Few Rays 5th, J.J. Kinley 6th. DC's First Girl sees them all from 7th on by the quarter of 29 and 3. More movement here. Here comes Havarti and Paul Langell. They'll take over at the 3/8 pole. Irie now 2nd, MD's Girl 3rd. That's Heather's Pet 4th. Catch a Few Rays in 5th. J.J. Kinley 6th. DC's First Girl trailing 7th. Halfway home in the 3rd, the midway point leader, Havarti and Langell. 2nd is Irie, then in 3rd it's MD's Girl. Heather's Pet goes 4th. Catch a Few Rays 5th. On the inside, J.J. Kinley 6th. Going to the outside 7th. DC's First Girl 59. 4 was the opening half. 3/8 left to go. And Havarti will take him to the back stretch for time 2. Irie is second. Then third at the rail, MD's Girl from the outside to take over fourth. That's Catch a Few Rays. Heather's Pet now fifth. J.J. Kinley sixth. DC's First Girl is seventh. 3/4 completed in 1:30 and 2. Havarti out in front, approaching the 7/8. Irie second. Catch a Few Rays third. Heather's Pet coming late fourth, and they turn down the home stretch. Havarti the leader. Irie is second. Heather's Pet on the outside third. Deep in the stretch on the wire next. Here's Havarti for Paul Angel. Irie was second. Heather's Pet rallied up third. Time for the mile in 2 minutes. 1/5. There's the inquiry sign posted on the infield tote board. Retain your tickets here in the third. Judges' inquiry. Judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 3 going to the 3/4 between numbers 2 and 7.
Okay, so hold on to all tickets here in race number 3. We are under an inquiry, but we're getting a look here at the Universal Media slow-mo stretch drive, and it's Havarti. This mare is much better mare than she's been showing in her first 2 starts back, struggling to find her groove. She was a top mare over in Nova Scotia, and she raced the top mares here on Prince Edward Island over the last couple seasons, but again, struggling to find her way so far in 2025. But tonight, Langell pulled on the right line early, got to the front, past a quarter to half, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and she was the class of this field, and she gets it done here on the front for Langell in 2 minutes. A 1/5. 4 is the winner, 3 is second, and the 5 is third. So unofficially, we have a 4, 3, 5, but hold on to all tickets.
Here's Havarti arriving at the third race. Winner, Circle Bay Pacing Mare, 7 years. A daughter of Better Than Cheddar is off the Yankee Cam Dam. Maiden Heaven, a homebred of Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel training and driving. Mile in 2 minutes and a 1/5. Havarti in the third. The racing officials will make the first 4 finishers official from the third race. It's 4, 3, 5, 6. Judges' inquiry ongoing.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
4, 3, 5, 6 have been declared official in the third. Have already paid $5.70 to win. Exactor $7.30, Triactor $17.60, Superfecta $6.79.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds, starting at 11:30 a.m. Entries are open from May 1st to May 31st. Enter consignment online at peiharnessracing.ca or call 902-569-1682, and you can visit atlantic-classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results.
Second division of the Graduate on the fourth race parade. Love Matters Most, number 1, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by Jeff Lilly, Jacob Sweet driving. Good Omen, number 2, is owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Shane's Dream 3, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman, and Shane Essen, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Four is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizbam-Sis, New Brunswick, trained by Ricky Armstrong, Brady Sweet. 5, Jack Boswell, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Keith McDonnell trains Mark Campbell. Dusty Lane Zorro is 6, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Donnie McNeil. Starship Destiny 7, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 8 is Gascoigne AC, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collins, Gilles Barrio. 3 minutes to post time. Thank you to Luke Beck and Kay's Wholesale for their continued support of the PEI harness racing industry and title sponsor of the Graduate Series for horses and geldings. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials have the complete and official results from tonight's third race. Dealing with the judge's inquiry, racing officials deemed that number 7, DC's First Girl, caused interference on number 2, J.J. Kinley. At the 3/4, DC First Girl finished 6th, will be placed 7th. Here's the complete and official rundown. MD's Girl 5th, J.J. Kinley 7th place 6th, Irie was 2nd, Havarti the race winner, Heather's Pet was 3rd, Catch a Few Rays 4th, DC's First Girl was 6th place 7th for interference. Fractions of 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and the mile was 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, after the placings, it's 5-6-2, 1-3-4-7.
Okay, race 4 on track. PI Coal Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. And again, thanks to Luke Beck and Kay's Wholesale for their continued support. And I've landed on the 2, Good Omen, 4-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar, owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, New Brunswick. Roseanne Langell also the breeder, and Good Omen took a mark of 55 and 2 at Summerside Raceway on August 6, 2023 in a PEI Cold Stake Gold Division. And last week, a pretty nice effort at that non-winners at 22:51 last 4. Got away 6 by 10 at the quarter. Ended up only beating 3 lengths at the wire, finishing 4th, 55 and 2. Closing quarter, 27 and 3. Pretty nice start, first start off the bench as well. Spotted them 12 lengths at the quarter. Was only beat a length and 3/4 at the wire, finishing 3rd and 58 and 1, 28 and 4 final panel. 4 for 9 last year, 1 for 2 so far this year in the top 3. Banked over 22,000 last year. Has a good inside draw here tonight. Not an overly tough group for Good Omen, and this one doesn't have a ton of gate speed, so we'll see what Langell sets up here for Good Omen. But he will definitely be tough to beat, and the punters are all over him at even money. And there is Good Omen's main competition in this one, I believe. Right next door, Shane's Dream, the 3-4-year-old gelding by Source of Pride, bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. Sold at the 22 Atlanta Classic yearling sale for $9,000 to Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman and Shane Essen, and took a mark of 56 and 1 at the right here at the Charlottetown Driving Park on August 17th, 2024, in a PEI Cold Stakes Grassroots Division. And how about that trip last time out? Spotted them 10 lengths, reeled them in, was a winner by a length of 57 and 2, but this one can make the odd break, as you can see right there on the card, 2 starts back, but very high speed individual. So Shane's Dream, a ton of talent, and so when this one puts it together, he's tough to beat. Shane's Dream currently 5-2. There's the 5, Jack Boswell, bred by Mark Galland and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, sold at the 2022 Atlanta Classic yearling sale for $3,000 to Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood, Nova Scotia, and Blanice Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Took a mark of 55 and 1 in Charlottetown here on August 17th, 2024, in a Joe O'Brien Gold Division. And Jack Boswell coming into this race First start off the bench, a winner from a pocket ride, winning by a head in 57-2 for the Maritime Magic Man. Closing quarter, 28-4. Campbell picks up the live mount from post 5 at 5-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for race 4, another division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots. And they're on gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Love Matters Most, Good Omen, Shane's Dream, Majestic Mason, Jack Boswell, Dusty Lane Zorro, Starship Destiny, and Gascoigne AC on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Jack Boswell, Majestic Mason leaving out on the rail. Love Matters Most as they race into the first turn. Majestic Mason cleared. Jack Boswell on the outside second. Love Matters Most third. Then fourth is Good Omen. Fifth is Dusty Lane Zorro. Gascoigne AC from the outside is sixth. Seventh is Shane's Dream. And the early trailer, Starship Destiny eighth along the backstretch, now led by Jack Boswell. In line to Mark Campbell. Majestic Mason left hard, and he got rewarded with a 2-hole ride. Racing from third is Love Matters Most on the cones fourth. That's Good Omen, 28-4 the opening quarter. Gascoigne AC on the outside fifth. Sixth at the rail, Dusty Lane Zorro. Then seventh is Shane's Dream. The trailer is Starship Destiny 8. Down the stretch with the backfield well in motion. The leader, Jack Boswell. All kinds of company coming. First up on the outside is Good Omen now. Third up the rail, Majestic Mason. Outside of fourth, Gascoigne AC has been out all the way. Love Matters Most fifth. Shane's Dream is third over sixth. Seventh is Dusty Lane Zorro. Fourth over on the outside eighth. Starship Destiny 59 and 2 over to the half. Just 30-3 in the second quarter. And that's a bit of a breather as they race the backstretch. Led by Jack Boswell. On the outside, Good Omen is second. Majestic Mason right there at the rail third. Here comes Shane's Dream on the outside to take over fourth. 3 quarters in the books, and they were there in 1:28-2. And it's Jack Boswell, the leader. Second is Good Omen. Majestic Mason third, and they're down the home stretch now. Jack Boswell looking to see it through. Good Omen at the rail. Majestic Mason on the outside. Jack Boswell doubles up Mark Campbell. Good Omen second. Majestic Mason will finish third. And they stop the clock. 1:56. Flat.
Well, driver Mark Campbell, that's why he's on top every single year. He knows where to put the horse for the best possible shot at winning, and he put Jack Boswell right on the front. And the winning move here was that second quarter breather, half 59-2. He had this major threat on the outside. He was able to back in. Good Omen first up here for Langell. But no, off that soft opening half, it was game over for Jack Boswell. They just cruised to victory here. 128 and 2 3/4. Have fired a sharp last quarter at them. 56 flat is a mile. That's an incredible effort here in race 4 for Jack Boswell on a front-end mission for Campbell. They pick up the victory. Good Omen second, and the 4 in there for third. Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet. So we have a 5-2-4 unofficially in the 4th.
Jack Boswell arrives at the 4th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 4 years by Tobago K's off the Unexample Dam, some shore somewhere, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia, bred by Mark Galland and Craig Arsenault. Trained by Keith McDonnell. Mark Campbell put him on top at every call. Mark's second winner for the double, and the horse has a closing panel of 27 and 3 to win in 156. That's his 10th lifetime victory. Jack Boswell in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now in the 4th race. Love Matters Most 6th. Good Omen was 2nd. Shane's Dream 4th. Majestic Mason 3rd. Jack Boswell, the race winner. Dusty Lane Zorro 5th. Starship Destiny was 8th. Gascoigne AC finished 7th. Fractions went 28 and 4. 59 and 2. 128 and 2. And the mile 156. In review, it's 624 315 87. Jack Boswell paid 610. The exactor 1120. Triactor 8710. Superfecta 2485. .
The birthplace of Confederation Series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during Gold Cup week. The eliminations are scheduled for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August 16th.
Fifth race featuring the Super High Five on post parade. Red Dirt Rocket wears number 1 on by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan is the trainer. David Dowling test drives. Southwind Ricochet 2 on by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Windermere on the line, number 3. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Tonight's Miles Heffernan Sr. Smiling in Heaven, number 4. Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Dara trains. Sky Low Low, number 5. Owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie does the conditioning. Adam Murner aboard. Down by the east side wears 6, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Chucky Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell above the wheels. Seven is Woodmere Lizzie, owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown and Jackie Cooper of Stratford. David O'Brien is the trainer. Corey McPherson. Real Smoke Show, number 8, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes. 9 is Rosie All Over. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie. Stratford, 4 minutes to post time. Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five on this Thursday night at the driving park. And I'm with the public here on the 6th, down by the east side right now at 1-9 on the tote board. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. So it's down by the east side. Looks like a cakewalk in here for me. I'll use the 2 Southwind Ricochet on post position. Then going to go outside. I like Woodmere Lizzie for 3rd. Going to go farther out for Real Smoke Show for 4th. I'll duck back to the rail to close out my Super High Five ticket with the Dowling test drive on a Red Dirt Rocket. 62781 from the booth. Kurt, down to you and your choices.
I agree with you, Vance. I think it's a race for place in this one. I think down by the east side and Campbell are much the best off that qualifier with the hobbles back on, 57-2, 27-4 final panel. So down by the east side, looks like the one to beat. I'm going to the outside. I like Real Smoke Show and Hughes for 2nd, the 2 Southwind Ricochet for 3rd, the 4 Smiling in Heaven for 4th, and I'm going to go back outside to Woodmere Lizzie and McPherson for 5th. So I'm at 6-8-2. 4-7, and Vance Cameron, again, he is, those are not his selections, no. And so he likes the 6 on top as well. But down by the east side, looks like the one to beat here in race 5. 1-9 on the board. Good luck with your selections here in race 5. Super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. Race 5 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Red Dirt Rocket, Southwind Ricochet, Windermere on the line. Smiling in Heaven, Sky Low Low, down by the east side. Woodmere Lizzie, Real Smoke Show on the outside. In back, we got a trailer. That's Rosie all over. Top of the stretch. Super high 5 in the 5th. Ready for start. The rough end pacing, Smiling in Heaven leaves out along with Windermere on the line, and that is Southwind Ricochet along the rail as they race on around the turn. Coming up 4th is down by the east side, away 5th is a Red Dirt Rocket. Then 6 Rosie all over, 7th as they race the backstretch and go to that opening quarter. Sky Low Low on the inside, then Rosie all over, followed by Woodmere Lizzie, and then the trailer Real Smoke Show, straight alignment, the field of 9. On the front end, how's about a long shot leader? That is Smiling in Heaven and the veteran Gary Chappell out in front, 28 and 1 was a solid quarter. Smiling in Heaven, the serious leader. Racing second is Southwind Ricochet. Windermere on the line third. Here comes that 1 to 9 chalk down by the east side. First stop. On the outside, 5th is Red Dirt Rocket. Going wide, 6th is Sky Low Low. 7th is Real Smoke Show. Rosie all over is 8th. And a Woodmere Lizzie on the outside, 9th. They went 58 and 3 to the half mile. The new leader at the 5/8 down by the east side in Campbell. Second is Smiling in Heaven from the outside. Red Dirt Rocket is there third. 4th up the rail is Southwind Ricochet. Now 5th is Sky Low Low. Windermere on the line 6th. 7th is Real Smoke Show. Woodmere Lizzie is 8th. And now 9th. Rosie all over. They're by 3/4. Down by the east side was there in 1:27 and 4. With a shade more than an 8th to go. It's down by the east side turning home. Smiling in Heaven is second. Red Dirt Rocket third. Up the inside 4th. Southwind Ricochet. Through the stretch they come. Down by the east side. Will triple up Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to Red Dirt Rocket. Smiling in Heaven held third. 1:57 and 1.
No surprises here. The 6, much the best, down by the east side. Taken back early with the 4. Smiling in Heaven and Chapel wanting front, 28 and 1/2, 58 and 3. Campbell clears up to the lead, 127 and 4. And they keep on rocking and rolling right to the wire. Nice trip, 157 and 1 by down by the east side as they do deliver us the chalk choice here in race number 5. Down by the east side and Campbell, he's having a good night so far. We'll see them back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Now in the fifth race, winner circle number 6, down by the east side, bay pacing filly 3 by Down by the Seaside, off the Western Terror Dam, new album, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Chunky Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell reigns his third winner for the triple, and the filly paces to a new record of 157-1. Down by the east side and the Campbell triple in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 5, Red Dirt Rocket was second, Southwind Ricochet fourth, Windermere on the Line sixth, Smiling in Heaven third, Sky Low Low was ninth, Down by the East Side the race winner. Woodmere Lizzie was seventh, Real Smoke Show finished fifth, Rosie All Over was eighth. The fractions went 28-1, 58-3, 127-4, and the mile 157-1. From the top, your program reads 246-391-758. Down by the east side at 210. The exactor 720. The triactor was 8750. Super high 5 at 8182.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner.
Sixth race on parade, Southern Heart 1, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. Corey McPherson drives. Sigali 2 is home with the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley. Elm Grove Misty 3, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave Kelly trains and drives. Stealing bases 4, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson, David Dowling. Wayaw's Alley number 5 is owned and trained by Ryan Doucette of South Rustico, Kenny Murphy. Elm Grove Penny is 6, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldston, Miles Heffernan, Jr. Outrageous Song 7, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Gilles Barriel. 4 minutes to post time. A special welcome to George Weatherby and his colleagues from CU Financial Management. Enjoy your night in the top of the park. Now a message from HBIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Race 6 starters on track. Filly Mares number 701 last 4 starts. Purse $2,800. And there's a look at my top selection in this race. The 6 Elm Grove Penny, owned by Luke Burke. He is also the trainer. Miles Heffernan Jr. in the driver's seat. And off the qualifier, 59-1. This mare looks ready to roll, and she has good gate speed, as you can see there in the qualifier right on the front end. Finishing second there down by the east side. Back 9 lengths at the finish. Closed in 29-2. Pretty nice mare last year. Had 2 wins, 6 seconds, and 7 thirds from just 23 starts. Almost 9,000 in earnings. And so at this 701 level, with her good gate speed, I think she can leave out and maybe pick up a spot close to the lead. And I just like her to win. She's a 14 lifetime wins, and Heffernan Jr., he's off to a pretty good start in his young career, so I'm going to go with the 6 in here at 5-1. Last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather for your 50-50 tickets, and the pot is sitting at over 500 to the winner right now. As we take a look at the two in here, Sigali, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown. Philip Kelly, the trainer. Mark Bradley in the driver's seat. Mark's in the seat last week at this level. Had the rail, cut it all out, half 58-4. Faded to fifth in 2 minutes flat. And I think if Sigali can get to the front here tonight and maybe a little softer opening half, they may be able to go the distance. I like them for second just based off those last quarters in her last couple starts. 30-1 last time, 30-2 the start prior to that. And so if Sigali gets to the front end and Bradley rates her well, she could definitely go all the way. But I'm going to put her in the deuce spot. I'm at 6-2 in the exactor. You're getting long odds right now on the 2 Sigali at 19-1. There's Peter McPhee's long shot play of the night, Outrageous Song. Barrio driving for Jackie Matheson. Shirley Weeks of Fredericton PEI is the owner, coming off the qualifier there, 59-4. She was a 5-time winner last year from 28 starts, a little over 11,000 made. Not an overly tough group here to make her first start back, so she's definitely deserves a little interest on your card. If you're playing the exactor and triactors, you might want to throw her in your tickets. Currently 5-2 on the board in her first start back. She has the outside post 7, so we'll see what kind of trip Barrio gets with her. But I'm going to put her in the show spot. I'm at 6-2-7 in here. Good luck with your selections. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 6. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Southern Heart, Sigali, Elm Grove, Misty, Stealing Bases, Royals Alley, Elm Grove, Penny, Outrageous Song. It's the 6th up on the gate. Now at the top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Up and pacing, Sigali got the first call. Along the rail, Southern Heart is second. Elm Grove Misty third. Stealing Bases fourth. On the outside, coming up fifth is Elm Grove Penny. Away at the rail 6 is Royals Alley. And then the trailer. That is Outrageous Song. They're quarter pole bound. Here comes Stealing Bases for David Dowling to take over the lead. Sigali set up for the 2-hole ride. Then in third, it's Southern Heart. Mid-pack fourth. That is Elm Grove Misty. Elm Grove Penny dropped in to be fifth with Royals Alley, she's 6th. And Outrageous Song. We'll see them all from 7, 28, and 4 the opening quarter. They're in straight alignment as they round that top turn, arriving at the 3-8. Stealing Bases is the leader. Racing from second, Sigali. Out of the turn, third is Southern Heart. Back into fourth is Elm Grove Misty. Elm Grove Penny, she goes fifth. There goes Royals Alley, sent to the outside 6th. And moving wide from 7th, that is Outrageous Song. And they're halfway home here in the 6th. Stealing Bases, the midway point leader, 59-1 the time. Tracking second is Sigali, third Southern Heart. First up, fourth, that's Elm Grove Misty underway. Following the cover in the outside, fifth, Royals Alley. Along the rail, Elm Grove Penny. She's 6th. To the outside from 7th, Outrageous Song. The 3/4 coming next. Stealing Bases will get them there. In at the rail, a textbook 2-hole ride. That is Sigali. Elm Grove Misty, third on the outside. Riding the rail, 4th. That is Southern Heart. The 3/4 in 1:30-1. It's a good rating by Dowling with an 8th left to go. Stealing Bases has Sigali coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Southern Heart third. Elm Grove Misty. Royals Alley up the inside. Deep stretch leader. Sigali will get there for Mark Bradley. Stealing bases held second. Royals Alley up the inside is third. Time for the mile in 2 minutes, 4/5.
Yeah, I thought this mare had a shot to win this race. I thought he might cut it here tonight, but the four stealing bases and Dowling, they were aggressive off the wing. So Bradley and Segali set up shop in the 2-hole, and off that trip last week, he would gladly take a 2-hole ride. Sometimes mares and horses, they need to be stretched out to get them back in gear, and Mark stretched this one out early last week, and so this trip here tonight really responded off the 2-hole ride. At the top of the stretch, Bradley tips her out, and she drives right on by for the victory. Nice price on the nose here, $21.30. Have you connected with the two? Congrats. Nice pay here in race 6 with Segali and Bradley getting the job done. 2 minutes, 4/5 is the mile. 2:45, the unofficial try here in the 6th.
Segali arrives at the 6th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, she's 8 by Shanghai Phil. Off the Gothic Dream Dam Dream Combination. Over the Segali 6 stable of Charlottetown. Bred by Andre Crete from Warwick, Quebec. Trained by Philip Kelly. Mark Bradley's in the driver's seat for the win. The miles in 2 minutes and 4/5. Segali upsets the 6th. Now the official results in race 6, Southern Heart 4th, Segali the race winner. Elm Grove Misty 5th, Stealing Bases 2nd, Royals Alley finished 3rd, Elm Grove Penny was 6th, Outrageous Song 7th, fractions of 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 130 and 1, and the mile in 2 minutes, 4/5. In review, 415, 23, 6-7. Segali paid $21.30 to win. The exactor $74. Triactor at $276.70. And the superfecta $160.73.
Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Charlottetown and Summerside, and eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series. And the top 8 money earnings will advance to the Horses and Geldings final on August 26th at Red Shores Summerside, and a Mares final on August 28th at Red Shores Charlottetown. Thank you to title sponsors Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving Inc. and Luke Beck with K's Wholesale.
Third division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series on the 7th race parade. Here's number 1, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen, Jill Barrio drives. 2 is Stone Beach Lily, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan trains, Colin drives. No Fool Tobago, number 3, is owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington, Brady Sweetup. Redland Peach is 4, owned by Josh McDonald, Gordon Coles, and Ingham Jenkins. Darren Crow trains and drives. 5 is Promise Me Later, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Mill Pond Cheyenne, number 6, owned and trained by Lee Johnson, Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, Corey McPherson. Timberley Lady wears 7, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, trainer driver. Broke and Out of Gas is number 8, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Mark Campbell drives. 3 minutes, 2 post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HPI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Yeah, let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in race 1, it was Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell. This was a real nice effort for her maiden break and score. She comes first up on the fraction setter all over town. The 4 and Murner, half 58 and 2, 3/4 128 and 1, time of the mile 157 and 4 for Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell. And that 3-7-4 try paid a good one at $2.99. And then in race 2, big trip from Freaky Fanny, the 2, and driver trainer Darren Crow right on the front end from post 2, 28 and 4, half 58 and 2, 3/4 127 and 3, and they stopped the clock in 156 and 1 as she runs off the screen in race 2, the first division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots. And that 2-3-6 try paid a whopper at $15.93.20. And then over in race 3, Havarti back to her winning ways. Paul Langell, trainer and driver, put her on the front end. Half 59 and 4, 3/4 130 and 2, and she gets the job done in 2 minutes 1/5 after over a closing Irie and Brody McPhee, who finished second. The 4-3-5 try paid a chalky $17.60. And then in race 4, back with Mark Campbell again. This time he put Jack Boswell on the front. Quarter 28 and 4, half 59 and 2. He stole it there in the second quarter. 3/4 128 and 2. He turns away Good Omen and Langell, and they get the win in 156. Closing quarter 27 and 3. Big effort from Jack Boswell in race 4. That was another division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series, and the try paid 87-10. Then we had a real nice pay in the Super High 5, race 5. The 61428 Super High 5 paid 81.82, and it was a chalky winner with Down by the East Side and Campbell getting to the front for his third winner. Down by the East Side, trained by son Landon. They're going to stop the clock in 1:57 and won. The Tribe paid a good ticket as well at 87.50. And then we just watched in race 6, the pocket sitters, Sagali letting the Forest stealing bases go early, 28-4, 59-1, 130-1. Nice 2-hole ride by Bradley, and they're going to move out at the top of the stretch and overtake stealing bases in deep stretch to pick up the win. Sagali wins it for Bradley in race 6, time of the mile 2 minutes 4/5, and the 2:45 try paid 2:76.70. Great pay there in race 6. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 7th race. Back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
I'll bet you, I'll beat you. Stone Beach Lily, No Fool Tobago, Redland Peaches. Promise Me Later, Mill Pond Cheyenne. Timberley Lady, Broken Attic Gas on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. The first one out, Promise Me Later, along the rail. That's I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Second, Stone Beach Lily. Third one to the turn. Coming up fourth is Timberley Lady. To get away fifth is No Fool Tobago. 6 on the outside. That's Mill Pond Cheyenne. To get away seventh, Redland Peaches. Then the trailer. That is Broken Out of Gas. Straight alignment in the early going. And Dowling has a 1-9 chalk. Right on the choo-choo tonight. Promise Me Later is quarter pole leading. 2-hole ride. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Racing third. Stone Beach Lily. The quarters up in 29. And 1. Racing from fourth is Timberley Lady. Fifth one is No Fool Tobago. Then in 6 is Mill Pond Cheyenne. 7th, Redland Peaches. And trailing the field, Broken Out of Gas. They arrive at the opening half mile next. And Promise Me Later is the midway point leader with Dowling. Tracking second, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Stone Beach Lily at long, and I mean long odds, is third. There goes Timberley Lady, sent to the outside fourth. Half a mile up in 59 seconds flat. They're arriving at 5/8. Promise Me Later, the leader. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Now on the outside, third, Timberly Lady joining the leaders. Coming fourth on the outside, Mill Pond Cheyenne, Stone Beach Lily. She is riding the rail fifth. No Fool Tobago sixth. Broken at a Gas seventh. Now the trailer, Redland Peaches 3/4 and 1:28 and 4. They round the top turn for the second and final time. Just an eighth of a mile to go. And Promise Me Later opens by 4. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You is second. Timberly Lady third. Broken at a Gas is coming late fourth. But it's Promise Me Later and Dowling all the way to delivering the graduate. Second is I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Broken Head of Gas. She rallied up third. The miles in 1:57.4.
Well, the chalk favorite does not disappoint her backers here in this seventh race division of the PI Coal Stakes Graduate Series. Promise Me Later and Dowling put her on top, 29 and 1, half 59, 3/4 128, and 4 kicked home and 29 flat for an easy victory in 1:57 and 4. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You in there for the deuce, and rallying up for third from way back is Broke and Out of Gas and Campbell. So it's 5-1-8 unofficially here in race 7. Peter McPhee nails it ice cold here in the 7th.
Well, the win tonight gives her 5 in a row. That is Promise Me Later in the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mirror 4 by Articulator. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Promise Me Hanover. Owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh. Bred by Garth Cole of Kensington. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. In those hands of David Dowling. Every call's a winning one tonight in 1:57 and 4. Promise Me Later in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. Here's the official results now from the 7th race. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You finished second. Stone Beach Lily was 8th. No Fool Tobago 5th. Redland Peaches 4th. Promise Me Later the race winner. Mill Pond Cheyenne was 6th. Timberly Lady 7th. Broken Out of Gas finished 3rd. Fractions were 29 and 1. 59. 128 and 4. And the mile in 1:57 and 4. From the top, your program reads 285-416-73. Promise Me Later paid $220. The Exactor $340, Triactor $1740, Superfecta $594.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Woodbine Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points, and you can sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. And you can play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores. Race 8 coming up next. It's known as 1,001, the last 4 starts. There's a look at our selections for the 8th race. I'm at 2-4-1 post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. He looks at 2-6-1 classifier's choice, also 2-6-1. We're all going with Lady Divine, who adds a mini bit to her equipment tonight. Mini bit, just kind of a mini snaffle bit, and it goes right in the mouth and right beside the snaffle bit, hooks onto the reins, and they usually put it on a horse who grabs on. If you're looking for more control on a horse, a mini bit can be a great option. So maybe they're looking to tap the brakes with Lady Divine here and try and rate her a little better on the front end. As you can see, her last line out there, 27-3, 55-3 down to the half. So she must get pretty revved up. So Doyle adding that equipment should help Dowling maybe rate her a little better here tonight. So Lady Divine adding a mini bit to her equipment here tonight. So keep that in mind when you're playing a race 8. They're beginning to move in the paddock. Post parade is next.
Eighth race on Post Parade. Miss Maddie P. wears number 1 on by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd does the training. Jason Hughes catch drives. 2 Lady Divine, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling drives. Salisbrook pick is 3, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. 4 Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico for trainer-driver Kenny Arsenault. Run for the Money, number 5, owned by Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia, and Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay, Adam Murner. JM Sports Fan is 6, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Harold is the trainer. Stephen Shepard drives. Howmack Jazzy Girl, number 7, owned by Ryan, Daryl, Tyler Neal, Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl Neal, the trainer. Stephen Murphy does the driving. Number 8, Lorne Valley Barb is owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan. Miles Heffernan Jr. trains and drives. 2 minutes, only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Join us for lunch at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, featuring daily specials and fan favorites of hot hamburger, steak sandwich, Southwest chicken wrap.
All right, race 8 starters are on track. We'll pick up the 2. Lady Divine, owned by Jen Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Jen's the trainer, and David Dowling will do the driving, as I mentioned. Jen making an equipment adding an equipment piece to Lady Divine tonight, adding a mini bit, so hopefully she is more controllable for David Dowling in this race. They get down to the half pretty swift the last time out, 27-3 half, 55-3, and she got tired, and for a good reason last week. Finished fourth by 4, race time 57-1, closing quarter 31-3. So hopefully that equipment adjustment helps Dowling rate her much better here tonight. And so if he can get maybe a half in 59, 58 and change on the front end, maybe she does go the distance in this 8th race. She is the even money choice. And for good reason. She's put together some pretty nice miles in the past. A 7-time winner last year from 30 starts. Still looking for win number 1 this year.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $560. The winning number will be G2131536. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $560. G2131536. Good luck.
Getting a real good look at Silly Amos scoring down for the veteran driver trainer Kenny Arsenault. David Kent is the owner breeder on this 7-year-old mare by Steelhead Hanover. Nice first start off the bench last time out. Hit post 6, got away 6, rallied to be second, only beat a length. 59-1 was her race time, closing quarter 29. Flat shoes 17 for 34, ultra consistent this mare last year. $12,716 made in earnings and a mark of 157 last year. Silly Amos, she's very versatile. She can leave, come from off the pace, and so Kenny's got lots of options in his playbook for Silly Amos in here, but I do like her for part of this ticket. I love her odds right now, 12-1. If you're looking for value, look no further than the 4. Jason Hughes picks up the live catch drive here with Miss Maddie P from the pole position. Todd Walsh, he is the trainer, and he also co-owns, along with Sean McAdam, Donnie McFadgen, and Lance Jones. A winner 3 starts back from post 2 at the 7:01 level. Sat in the pocket and got up for the win by 2 lengths, 2 minutes 3/5. At this identical level the last 2 weeks, back-to-back 5th place finishes from post 2, 2 starts back, post 4 last week. And so we'll see how they do here from the rail. Jason Hughes and Miss Maddie P at 3-1. Got to give a shout out to my old stable neighbor and friend, Lenny Walsh, tuning in tonight. Get well soon, Lenny. He'll be cheering on the one in here, Miss Maddie P. and Hughes, as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
I think I had some Lenny Walsh calls, Kurt, way back in the late 70s. And Lenny, he's a terrific harness racing fan. And he's online, about to watch the 8th. Miss Maddie P., Lady Divine, Salzbrook Picker, Silly Amos, Run for the Money, JM Sportsman. Hamac Jazzy Girl, Lorne Valley Bar, race 8, post time. Up and pacing, and Lady Divine, the first one out. Miss Maddie P. will be second, third one to the turn. Salzbrook Pickett, Silly Amos got away for it. JM Sportsman comes up 3 wide, fifth, 6 at the rail. That's Run for the Money. Then it's Lorne Valley Barb, 7th, and the trailer, Hamac Jazzy Girl. Up the backstretch they go, and out in front was the post-time favorite, Lady Divine for David Dowling. Second is Miss Maddie P. Third at the rail, Salzbrook Picker. JM Sportsman may be out all the way here on the outside. Now in 5th is Silly Amos. Then 6 is Run for the Money. Lorne Valley Barb 7th, and trailing 8th, Hamac Jazzy Girl just 30. And 1 to open this one up. Lady Divine in control for Dowling. JM Sportsman will be out all the way. Third up the rail, Ms. Maddie P. Fourth on the cones, Salzbrook Picker. Racing 5th on the inside, Silly Amos. Hamac Jazzy Girl underway 6. Run for the Money. Going wide 7th, and now the trailer. That's Lorne Valley Barb. 1 minute. And 1/5 was the half mile as they round the paddock turn. They're led at 5/8 by Lady Divine. Second is Miss Maddie P. On the outside, JM Sportsman is third. Fourth on the outside is Hamac Jazzy Girl. At the rail, Salzbrook Picker 5th. Then in 6, Silly Amos on the outside, a Run for the Money. Trailing the field, Lorne Valley Barb, the leader by 2. Lady Divine off at 3/4 of 1. 29 flat, 28 and 4 in the third. They arrive at 7/8. Lady Divine now by 3. Miss Maddie P. is second. Gallant effort from JM Sportsman third. Salzbrook Picker 4th. On the wire they come next. It's Dowling and Doyle. Lady Divine by open lengths on Miss Maddie P. And we'll need a show photo. 1:57.3.
Great equipment addition by Jen Doyle here with the 2 Lady Divine, adding the mini bit. She was much more controllable here tonight for Dowling. Soft opening quarter, 30 and 1/2 and a minute 1/5, and then it was go time from the 5/8 on. Dowling let her rock and roll then. The back half, 57 and 2. She picks up the win, 157 and 3 for Lady Divine on the front end here. She looked much better tonight, and she gets the win. Up for second is Ms. Maddie P. off that perfect pocket ride. She raced well here for Hughes, and it's tight for show. I think JM Sportsman maybe in the middle hangs on for that show, though. Big trip from her. Parked the entire mile, and she is, she's posted now third. 2:16 unofficially here in race 8.
Lady Divine finding her way to the eighth race winner's circle by pacing mare the 4-year-old Honor Festin Blue Chip is off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Booty Call. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, bred by Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing. David Dowling picks up the winning drive. It's another wire-to-wire victory to double up Dowling and Doyle. Lady Divine wins in 157-3.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results now from the eighth race. Miss Maddie P. was second. Lady Divine, the race winner. Salzbrook Picker was fifth. Silly Amos fourth. Run for the Money sixth. JM Sports Fan was third. Hamac Jazzy Girl finished eighth. Lorne Valley Barb was seventh. Fractions were 30-1. 1 minute 1. 129. And the mile 157-3. From the top, 215, 463, 87. Lady Divine paid 260. The exactor 490, the triactor 2140, and the superfactor was 924.
Join us for live harness racing on Tuesdays in June at Red Shores, Summerside. Post time is 6 p.m. Race 1 features the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool. Also on the wagering menu are 2 super high fives, and the late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool and a low 15% takeout.
Ninth race trotters are entering the track for the post parade. Number 1, Glider Man, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Miles Heffernan Sr. drives. 2, Fight Song, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 3 is Jesse, Jess, or Jessica, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, Kenny Murphy. Final text number 4, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. 5, Whole Nother, owned and trained by Teddy Smallwood of Charlottetown, Willie McKay driving. Ripped and Ready, number 6, owned by Dina Clow of New Haven and Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario. Dina Clow does the training. Brett Clow drives. New Legacy 7, David Dowling in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 8 is Buckhead Ridge, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell, Gilles Barrio. 3 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with details on the late pick 4 and the $1,000 guaranteed pool.
That's right, Vance. The late pick 4, it kicks off. It's the last 4 races of our card, and tonight it comes up in race 10. So race 10, 11, 12, and 13 will be the late pick 4. And again, low 15% takeout on that wager and a guaranteed pool of $1,000. So you still got some time to give a look over those last 4 races. But again, it kicks off in the next race, race 10, for the late pick 4. Top trotters are on track here for race number 9. I'm going with the 2 in here. I think Buckhead Ridge is vulnerable out there in post 8. He's riding a 3-race winning streak, so he will be tough to beat, but post 8 could pose a big challenge for him. So I'm going to go with the 2, Fight Song. He was really good when he was here last year, and he was awesome when he was on the front end. And from post 2 here tonight, I'm betting that Jason Hughes gets him to the front. He doesn't have quick early speed off the gate, but if Hughes keeps him rocking and rolling, they can get to the front. Post 8 in the Charlottetown debut for 2025. Got away 7 by 11. Ended up finishing 5th, 59-2, but he's just a different horse on the front end. And so if Hughes can get him there tonight, he will be really tough to beat. Fight Song, currently 2-1. And there is the aforementioned Buckhead Ridge, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Landon Campbell, the trainer. Gilles Barrio, the Maritime Magic Man, picks up the livest catch drive of the night. Riding a 3-race winning streak, as I mentioned. Winner last time out, 58. Easily winning in 58 last time out. 56-4 the start prior to that. Another easy victory. And the debut there at the 1301 level, 59-2. So he's been sharp since arriving, but he's drawn inside. Post 2 his first start here. Post 3 the next week. Post 4 last week. So we'll see how they do from post 8. But again, they will be tough to beat in here. Currently the slight choice right now at 1-2. There's the ultra consistent New Legacy. Jen Doyle is the owner. She's the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. He's reeled off 3 in a row, 3 deuces in a row since starting back on May 8th. First start back was a nice second at 59-4, 57-2 the next week, and then 58-3 last week. All from outside posts, and his luck doesn't get any better this week. Post 7 again this week. He got away fourth last week from post 7. Then he came first up and had to settle for the deuce. And so I'm thinking a similar trip here tonight. Dowling will probably leave out, look for a spot mid-pack, and then make his move. But it's going to be tough for him to, again, do the heavy lifting on the outside. But he tries right to the wire, and so I'm putting him in there for third on my ticket this week, 5-1 currently. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for race 9. Our top trot lines up behind the gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Glider Man, Fight Song, Jesse, Jess or Jessica, Final Tax, Whole Nother, Ripped and Ready, New Legacy, Buckhead Ridge with his undefeated streak here in Charlottetown. On the line, will have to do it from the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Trotters all lined up in the ninth. Here they come. Rough and trotting. Flight Song leaves out. Final Tax is second. New Legacy third. Along the rail, Glider Man fourth. Way wide fifth. That is Buckhead Ridge. Away sixth. Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Off stride on the front end. Fight Song self-destructed early. Final Tex and Mark Campbell inherit the lead and open by 2 on New Legacy. Third up the rail is Glider Man. Buckhead Ridge is unhurried. He dropped in fourth. Jessica fifth. Whole Nother is sixth. Then racing from seventh, Ripped and Ready, and the trailer, that is Fight Song. They are strung out, and I mean strung out in here. 28-3 the opening quarter. That's Final Tex, the leader by almost 3 on New Legacy. Back into third is Glider Man, then fourth, that is Buckhead Ridge. Racing fifth is Jessica. Whole Nother in sixth. Seventh is Ripped and Ready, and the trailer, that is Fight Song. They're halfway home, led by Final Tex and Mark Campbell. Closing up second is New Legacy. Buckhead Ridge has moved into third. 58-1 was the half. Over to the 5/8 pole. Final Tex the leader. New Legacy second. Buckhead Ridge third. That's Glider Man fourth. Jessica moving fifth. Back into sixth is Whole Nother. Ripped and Ready going out seventh. And Fight Song trailing eighth. They're arriving at 3/4. Final Tex by 2 on New Legacy. Buckhead Ridge has some work to do and are running out of time to do it here. 3/4 in one. 28-1. They're down to an eighth of a mile to trot. Final Tex. Here's New Legacy right alongside Buckhead Ridge, swinging out 3 wide third, and they're homeward bound. New Legacy takes over late. Buckhead Ridge full of trot on the outside. He's gonna do it again. It's Buckhead Ridge for Barrio. Second, that's New Legacy. Looked like it was Final Tex. Third in 1:58.3.
Well, you'll never find liver cover than New Legacy, and Barrio hitched his wagon to Dowling and New Legacy. A perfect stalking trip following New Legacy as Final Text inherited the lead after My Top Play Fight Song made that break into the first turn. Quarter 28-3, half 58-1, 3/4 128-1. New Legacy takes over Final Text in the stretch, but right on his helmet is the 8 Buckhead Ridge, and he drives right on by in deep stretch. Barrio, calm, cool, and collected at the wire as Buckhead Ridge picks up his 4th in a row. He dominates again here tonight, and this time he does it from the outside of the gate. Post 8, big trip for Buckhead Ridge.
This horse has adapted to PEI very well. He's undefeated in 4 island starts. He's in the winner's circle, and he is Buckhead Ridge, trotting big, outing 5 by Nuncio off the Cantab Hall Dam. Tuanella, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, bred by Russell Williams of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trainer Landon Campbell has the double. Gil Barrio guides him to his 4th consecutive victory this night, 158-3. Buckhead Ridge in the 9th. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Glider Man was 8th. Fight Song 6th. Jesse Jessor Jessica 5th. Final Text 3rd. Whole Nother was 7th. Ripped and Ready 4th. New Legacy was 2nd. Buckhead Ridge was the race winner. The fractions went 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 128 and 1, and the mile 158 and 3. From the top, your program reads 865 374 21. Buckhead Ridge at 330. Exactor 1340. Triactor 3660. And the Superfecta 4790.
Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Charlottetown and Summerside, and eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earnings will advance to the Horses and Geldings final on the August 26th at Red Shores Summerside, and the Mares final on August 28th right here in Charlottetown. Thank you to title sponsors Luke Beck with K's Wholesale and Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving.
Fourth division of the Graduate on the 10th race parade. All about the cash. Number 1, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Hamac Exclusive 2, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie Wade trains Corey McPherson up. Woodmere Sinatra number 3, owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Freeman's Legacy number 4 is owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 5 is Silver Spirit, owned by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collings, Jill Burial. Jack Wick number 6, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. Just a Country Boy wears 7, owned by the Won't Back Down stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum does the training, driven by Darren Crow. Proud of You Today, number 8, owned by Douglas and David Neal and Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith does the training. The drive goes to Mark Campbell. 4 minutes to post time. Curtis back with information on the HBI Guest Wi-Fi and on-track wagering.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. It's just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your wager at hbibet.com. PEI Coal Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division here in race 10. But 3 minutes to post. There's my top play. Freeman's Legacy has post 4 tonight. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and driver, and Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton is the owner. Had a pretty nice effort last time out. Sat the 2-hole, finished second, 55 and 4 in behind Little Leroy, and closed it out 28 and 3 on that day. He raced huge, and his first start back was a nice one as well. He had post 9, the trailing spot, got away 6, ended up 4th and 58 and 3. And so from post 4, I think they're going to be forwardly placing against this group here tonight, and I do think they could get the job done. And a nice price right now. If you're looking for value, the 4 currently 6-1. First start off the bench for this guy is his lifetime best, 54 and 3. 3 starts back. He had a good 2-hole ride following Shane's Dream. Got up for the win by 2 lengths. Closed it out 28 and 1. The very next week he had post 6, was put on the front, sat the 2-hole again, ended up 3rd. Kind of flat that week, 58 and 2, but he bounced back last week, I thought, with another really good effort. He had the 3-hole, got away 3rd. Ended up 3rd, but was race time 56. Closed it out that week in 28 and 3. Inside post here for Hal Mack exclusive and Corey McPherson. Currently 1-4 on the board. I do think they could get the job done, but at 1-4, that's a little short for me. Short price for this one in here. Hal Mack exclusive and McPherson, though, they'll be tough to beat from this inside post. All About the Cash moves inside after finishing 3rd from post 6 last week at the non-winners at 1001. Last 4, race time 57 and 4. That was right here in Charlottetown. And then first start back was also a pretty nice effort, finishing 3rd at that 1001 last 4, level 59 and 3. So a nice improvement week over week. And so this week, hopefully this one's a little better. Gets a heaping scoop of post relief in here, moving to post 1 after leaving at a post 6 last week. So I think they'll be part of this ticket. All About the Cash, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. They're also the breeder, and Jeff Holmes again is the trainer. Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Currently 13-1. My top play in here, Freeman's Legacy, was bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. It sold at the 2022 Atlanta Classic yearling sale with a meager price of $3,500, probably the steal of the sale by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. It took a mark of 55-2 at Summerside Raceway on June 18, 2024. And Hamac exclusive, bred by Hamac Farms, purchased for $17,000, and he took a mark of 54-3 just a few weeks ago. And so an excellent crop from the Atlanta Classic sale, and they're doing great things here. And we'll see how they do in this 10th race as they line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate up to Vance Cameron for the call.
All About the Cash, Hamac exclusive, Woodmere Sinatra. Freeman's Legacy, Silver Spirit, Jack Wick. Just a country boy and proud of you today. You're at the top of the stretch. Woodmere Sinatra is on the run. Be back leaving. Off stride, proud of you today. The rest are up and pacing. Freeman's Legacy and All About the Cash. Between them is Hamac exclusive. Third one to the turn. To get away fourth is Silver Spirit. Moving into fifth, Just a Country Boy. Jack Wick around the turn six. Then on the outside, off stride seventh, proud of you today. And up the rail eighth, Woodmere Sinatra on the backstretch. And there goes Freeman's Legacy to take over the lead for Jacob Sweet. All About the Cash goes second. Third up the rail is Hamac exclusive. Racing fourth is Silver Spirit. Just a Country Boy in fifth. Jack Wick is sixth. Woodmere Sinatra is seventh. And on the run in the backfield, proud of you today, 28-1 was the opening quarter mile. Off the turn they come and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. Freeman's Legacy on the point. All About the Cash, the two-hole trip third. That's Hamac exclusive. Silver Spirit along the rail fourth. Fifth is Just a Country Boy. Jack Wick is sixth. Woodmere Sinatra has caught the field in seventh. And the trailer, that is proud of you today, 59-1 was the half mile. After a fired up opening quarter, they shut her down to 31 seconds in the second quarter. Onward to three quarters they go. Freeman's Legacy, the leader. There goes Hamac exclusive. Up on the outside, second, third up the rail. All About the Cash. Oh, they're picking them up, and they're putting them down now, folks. 3 quarters in the books. Freeman's Legacy there in 1:29-3. We're set up for a sprint to the finish now. 1/8 of a mile out. Freeman's Legacy. Hamac exclusive. All About the Cash. Joining them fourth. That Silver Spirit. Deep stretch now. Hamac exclusive takes over late and will win the graduate. Hamac exclusive for McPherson. All About the Cash on the inside second. Silver Spirit third. 1:57-3.
Sent off at $3 on the board, and he does deliver. The chalk players here, he does not disappoint. Corey McPherson and the two Hamac exclusive. Very patient steer here by Corey, getting away in the 3-hole, 28-1, and then the 4 Freeman's Legacy on top for Jacob Sweet. Got a nice second quarter breather there of 31 seconds down to the half, 59-1, 129-3. Corey's going to pull in the right line and make his move late in the mile. They're going to brush home 28 flat. Hamac exclusive had to come home 27 and change for the victory. Nice victory, 57-3 for his second in his fourth start back. So pretty nice effort from Hamac exclusive here in the PEI Colt State Graduate Series. Grassroots division, All About the Cash in for the deuce, and Silver Spirit closed well for Barrio to grab the show dough. So it's 2-1-5 unofficially in the 10th.
Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the inquiry sign on the infield toe port. It involves the start of number 3, Woodmere Sinatra, possible broken equipment prior to the start. Retain your tickets. Halmac Exclusive returning to the 10th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 4 by Source of Pride off the Articulator Dam. Halmac Impeccable, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, bred by Halmac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Leslie Wade, driven to victory by Corey McPherson. The mile 157 and 3. Halmac Exclusive in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the 10th race judges' inquiry, number 3, Woodmere Sinatra, had broken equipment prior to the word go given. There will be a general refund of all monies wagered on number 3, Woodmere Sinatra. Broken equipment prior to the start. Now the official results from race 10, All About the Cash was second, Halmac Exclusive, the race winner. Woodmere Sinatra finished 7th and was refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Freeman's Legacy 4th, Silver Spirit 3rd. Jack Wick was 5th. Just a Country Boy 6th. Proud of You Today was 8th. Fractions were 28 and 1, 59 and 1, 129 and 3, and the mile 157 and 3. From the top, your program reads 217 refunded, 43568. Halmac Exclusive paid $3. The Exactor 1220, Triactor 3550, Superfecta 753.
The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2 and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2 and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association.
Tonight's 11th race on Post Parade. One is Sahara Sunshine, owned by Claire and Daryl Murphy and Cindy McLean, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy catch drives. Tall Dark Latte 2 is owned by Redland Farms, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Elm Grove Talia 3 is owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Doyle, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling up. Czar's Piece of Heaven, number 4, owned by Tammy Johnston from 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby, Jason Hughes. Number 5 is Maya, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner is the trainer-driver. Lady Lamorai, number 6, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, trained by Adam Murner. Mark Campbell catch drives. K's rider number 7, Todd Walsh, co-owns trains and drives. Co-owners are Lance Jones, Sean McAdam, and Donnie McFadgen. Paul Doyle of Charlottetown owns and trains. Mark Bradley does the driving. Number 8, Dollywood. 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Warren Ellis and Summerside Chrysler Dodge, the title sponsor of the 57th Governor's Plate.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Menelo on top. Menelo wins the Governor's Plate.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate. Walter Simmons, it's your time. Monty McGuire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Race 11 starters on track. Elm Grove Talia is the 3, and this one will be tough to beat in here. Coming into this race off 2 straight victories. 2 starts back here in Charlottetown, an eye-popping score of 155 flat. Closing quarter, 27-4, and then was a winner in the PEI Cold Stake in Summerside on the 25th of May from post 5 right to the front, half minute 3/5. Time of the mile 2 minutes 2/5. Going back to back, 2 wins and a second in her first 3 starts. She just missed in her first start back, finishing second by a neck in 2 minutes 4/5, but that second start back was ultra impressive. And so from post 3 here tonight, Dowling and Doyle, they're having a pretty good night. And it could continue here with the 3, currently 1-9 on the board, and deserves it off that trip here back 2 weeks ago in Charlottetown. So she is my top play. Currently, again, chalk at 1-9. Tall Dark Latte from post 2. Should get a good trip in here. Elm Grove, Talia, and Dowling, they'll probably be heading to the front. Tall Dark Latte should be sitting up in the top 2 or 3. Sahara Sunshine, another Jen Doyle trainee, might have something to say about that from the rail. But Tall Dark Latte, even if she's sitting 3rd in here, I think she does have a major shot at getting the win. She sat 2 last week and get up for the win in 56 flat. Closing quarter, 28-4. So again, she should be sitting up close to the lead, and I like her for 2nd in the exactor. I'm going 3-2 in here. Race 11 getting close. And there is the aforementioned Sahara Sunshine. Kenny Murphy picking up the live catch drive for the Jen Doyle trainee on the front last week in an overnight event right here in Charlottetown. Put on the front half 56-4 off a quarter, 27-4. So they were punishing early fractions. Ended up getting a little tired late in the mile. Finished 3rd. Good race time though, 56-2. And so I'm sure the Doyle trainees will be sitting 1-2 in here, but if she can get a nice covered up trip, you never know. She may beat her stablemate in the stretch. Sahara Sunshine, all the talent on the inside of the gate in this one, 15-1 currently. Some other good triactor options in here. Mia from post 5, Adam Murner, training and driving, coming into this race off a really close 2nd place finish to Tall Dark Latte, 56-2, 28-4 post 5. And Zara's Piece of Heaven, drawing in the middle of the gate here, post 4 for Hughes, coming into this race off a 4th and 57-2. She is a good closing kick. So you never know, if things get a little wild early, Zara's Piece of Heaven could grab a piece of this ticket, and there are long odds. Both of these, the 4 and 5, both pretty long at 99-1 and 56-1. But all eyes on the 3 here, Elm Grove Talia, as she is still 1-9 on the board as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 11th. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Sahara Sunshine, Tall Dark Latte, Elm Grove Talia, Zara's Piece of Heaven, Maya, Lady Lamurai, Kay's Rider, Dollywood are at the top of the stretch. 11th race, ready for start. Up and pacing the inside trio are firing. Sahara Sunshine along the rail, leading them out. Tall Dark Latte is 2nd. On the outside 3rd is Elm Grove Talia to get away 4, Zara's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai from the outside 5th. 6th, that is Maya. Then 7th is Kay's Rider, and the early trailer Dollywood on the backstretch. And Sahara Sunshine has her stablemate Elm Grove Talia, the 1-9 chalk going to the lead for Dowling, and they're clear. Sahara Sunshine is second, third on the cones, Tall Dark Latte. They opened it up in 28 and 4. Racing from fourth is Czar's Piece of Heaven. Fifth is Lady Lamurai. Maya goes sixth. In seventh, that's Kay's Rider. And trailing the field eighth is Dollywood. Leading the field to the opening half mile, Elm Grove Talia, the midway point leader. Sahara Sunshine tracking second. Tall Dark Latte continuing third. Czar's Piece of Heaven fourth. Then in fifth, Lady Lamurai. They're gathering up some leather off an opening half mile of just 59 and 3. Elm Grove Talia, the leader at 5-8. Sahara Sunshine is second. On the outside, Maya's moving third, then fourth. Along the inside, Tall Dark Latte. Racing fifth is Lady Lamurai. Along the rails, Czar's Piece of Heaven. Oh, the tempo is picked up, and I mean picked up big time in here. They go by 3/4. Elm Grove Talia, the leader. Maya on the outside is the long shot challenger. Third up the rail, Sahara Sunshine, 130. And 4 was the 3/4. Another soft third quarter. Elm Grove Talia bringing them home. Second is Maya, way wide, Tall Dark Latte. Here is the Dowling and Doyle triple. Elm Grove Talia gets there. Rally in second, Tall Dark Latte. Maya third. In 1:58 and 1. Closing quarter was 27-2.
Opening quarter 28 and 4, last quarter 27 and 2, middle half in 2. Shut out the lights. The party's over with those fractions for this 3-horse Elm Grove Talia here, and Dowling and Doyle. They team up for another win. Dowling puts her on the front. Again, the quarter 28 and 4, and those soft middle fractions set up good for her in the final quarter, as they weren't going to beat her down the stretch. She bottoms them out here at the wire. The 2 race well here for Brody McPhee, getting up for the deuce. And Maya, who came first up for Myrna, they're going to settle for the show dough. But it is Elm Grove Talia. She goes 3 for 3 now. 3 wins and a second to start her sophomore campaign. Big trip from the 3 here in race 11.
No strangers to the winner's circle tonight. David Dowling, the driver, and Jennifer Doyle, the trainer. Elm Grove Talia will bring them there in the 11th. Bay Pacing Philly 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Dragon Again Dam, Queens are better. Owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Baglow. Bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Jennifer Doyle has the training triple. David Dowling has the driving triple. The filly scores in 1:58 and 1. The closing quarter 1:27 and 2. Elm Grove Talia delivers in the 11th. Here's the official results from race 11. Sahara Sunshine fourth. Tall Dark Latte was second. Elm Grove Talia the race winner. Czar's Piece of Heaven fifth. Maya finished third. Lady Lamurai was seventh. Kay's Rider finished sixth. Dollywood was eighth. Fractions were 28 and 4, 59 and 3, 130 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 1. From the top, your program reads 421 537 68. Elm Grove Talia paid 210. The exactor 470, triactor 1880, and the superfecta was 592.
The Cecil Ladner Memorial presented by Ladner Source for Sports is scheduled for Saturday, June 7th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The Cecil Ladner Memorial is the first event in the Atlantic Invitational Series and Road to the Premier's Cup, which will feature some of the top horses in the Maritimes. And for a schedule of the Atlantic Invitational Series race dates, go to peiharnessracing.ca.
Twelfth race featured. Enter the track on parade. Number 1, Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown. Adam Werner trains and drives. Harlequin Romance 2, owned by Mark Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Galway Girl number 3, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Ace 44 Dome wears number 4, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Lion Shining wears number 5, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod, Matt and David Burke. Trained by Landon Campbell, Gilles Barrio, catch drives. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the Thursday night feature. And again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm headed to the Blue Knight in here, Kurt. Ace 44 Dome, looking for her first win on the season. She's been solid, and she can finish up real strong. Her last 2 starts have her in 28 flat, 28-1, 56-3 the miles. I'll look for her to get her first seasonal win tonight here in town. Going to go right alongside the number 3 Galway Girl for second. I'll go outside to Lion Shining for third. And for superfecta players, I'll throw in Ms. Moyes from the rail. 4-3-5-1 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
I'm pretty close with the first two. I'm just playing a hunch here on Galway Girl. She has the inside advantage over Ace 44 Dome. She has really good gate speed. She had a really terrific year last year, making almost 60,000 in earnings, going 7 for 19. And so this is her second start back. She raced good from off the pace in that PEI Cold State Gold Division last time out in Summerside, 59-2, and behind Rosetown Mary and Tobin's Brownie. Pretty nice mares. She was only back 4 lengths at the wire, and so this is her second start back. Again, she has the inside advantage. That's the angle I'm playing, so I'm going to put her on top. I'm going right next door to Ace 44 Dome. As you mentioned, Van, she's been rock solid since starting back, and her last two quarters, and her last two races, 28, 28, and 1. Both trips 56 and 3, so she is as game as any, and so she will be tough to beat. But I'm going to put her in for second here, and I'm going to go to the rail, Miss Moyes, for third. She rallied from off the pace to finish second last time out and was a winner on the front end prior to that. She has a great starting spot again this week, so I'm going to put her in for third. I like a 3-4-1 in this 12th race. Compact field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 12th. Upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Ms. Moyes, Harlequin Romance, Galway Girl, H44 Dome, and Lion Shining. It's the Thursday night feature at the driving park, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, H44 Dome, Galway Girl. Ms. Moyes has the rail into the turn. Lion Shining and up the rail, Harlequin Romance. And they're 3 wide and they're 2 it and at it. At it and 2 it in here. Showtime at Charlottetown. Galway Girl in the middle takes over the lead. Here's H44 Dome. She's going to keep coming. Up on the outside, a little Thursday night brouhaha going on at the driving park. Here is the Blue Knight used to clear the lead aboard H44 Dome. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 opened it up. H44 Dome out in front, Galway Girl second. Third, Ms. Moyes, Harlequin Romance fourth. Lion Shining trails the field. Down the stretch they come, arriving at the opening half mile next. And that is H44 Dome. Halfway home for yous. Galway Girl is second. Third, Ms. Moyes. There goes Lion Shining. On the move in the outside fourth. And to the outside fifth, Harlequin Romance 58 and 1. 30-3, another second quarter shutdown. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4 next. H44 Dome on top. From the outside second, Lion Shining. Galway Girl at the rail third. Ms. Moyes fourth. Harlequin Romance on the outside fifth. 3/4 in the books. H44 Dome got him over to that station in 1:27.4 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. H44 Dome turning home. Galway Girl now to the outside with a stretch drive. Ms. Moyes up the rail third. They're in deep. Stretch now. Galway Girl. Ms. Moyes up the inside. On the line, Galway Girl might have got there way wide with Ms. Moyes and H44 Dome. 1:57 flat.
Yeah, this one set up exactly how I thought it would. I thought Galway Girl with the inside advantage over Ace 44 Dome would get to pick her trip, and she left out and released Ace 44 Dome, but took a bite out of her early, 27-3. But Hughes was able to get a nice middle half in 1:01.5 down in 3/4, 1:27.4. But the pocket sitter Galway Girl back out for the stretch drive, and Campbell and Galway Girl are going to reach up in the final strides and nail it on the line here. Time of the mile, 1:57 flat. Galway Girl and Campbell win the Thursday night feature. Up the inside is the one Ms. Moyes. She raced good here for the deuce, and Hughes, who cut it all out here with Ace 44 Dome. They're going to settle for third in here. So it's 3-1-4 unofficially in the 12th.
Good night from the Campbell barn tonight. Trainer Landon has picked up the triple. Driver Mark has his fourth win on the card for the Grand Slam. Here's Galway Girl taking him into the 12th race winner's circle. She's a pacing black mare 4 by Shanghai Phil off the Ponderosa Dam Hazel. Owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Bred by Berkey by the Bay Stables. Trained by Landon Campbell, and Mark Campbell guides her to victory in 157. Galway Girl in the feature. Now the official results in the 12th. Ms. Moyes was second. Harlequin Romance fourth. Galway Girl the winner. H44 Dome third. Lion Shining finished fifth. The fractions were 27 and 3. 58 and 1. 127 and 4. And the mile 157. From the top, your program reads 24135. Galway Girl paid $570. The Exactor $1660. Triactor $1970. Superfecta $659. 13th race, 5th and final division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. Salzburg Annie, number 1, owned by Mike Arnold of Alberta and Amy Lackey. Mike Dowling does the training. David Dowling will drive. All About That Wears 2, owned by Megan Sweet of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet in the sulky. Sensational Gal 3, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. Princess Halo number 4, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington, Junior Baglow from Freetown. Garth is the trainer. Tonight, Kenny Arsenault. Roll with It Darling 5, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Jason Hughes catch drives. Windermere Sadie number 6, owned by Shane S. and Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle and Isaac Skierman, trained by Saul Lanigan, Mark Campbell. Redland Miss Pretty 7, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langell drives. Salzburg Feisty number 8, owned and trained by Kerry Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, Adam Murner. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 13. 2 minutes to post time. A special thank you again to JD Marine and Diving Incorporated and K's Wholesale, title sponsors of the Graduate Series. Kurt has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up a Thursday night.
Okay, there's a look at our Super High Five tickets to close things out here at Red Shores. Race 13, it's a PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grass Roots Division, and I'm going with the outside 5 horses on the gate. I'm going with a 6, 5, 4, 7, 8. I like the 6, Windermere Sadie, to get the job done here for Mark Campbell, having a pretty good night. Saul Lanigan trains. This one's coming into this race off a strong second place finish from an outside post 7 last time out. 56-3 race time, 28-3 final quarter. So I think she can get the job done. I like the 5, Roll With It Darling and Hughes, right next door off that nice win last time out from the rail, cutting it out, winning in 58-1. And then I'm going to go right next door to Princess Halo and Kenny Arsenault. Again, they're another one coming into this race off a win, 57-1 was the mile. Brady Sweet was in the seat on that day. Kenny Arsenault tonight, and so I'm going to throw them in for 3rd. And I like Redland Miss Pretty from post 7 for 4th, and then the 8, Salzburg Feisty and Murner. So I'm at 6, 5, 4, 7, 8. Good luck with your selections here in race 13. My top play in here, Windermere Sadie, was bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale, PEI, and sold at the 2022 Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale for $7,500. Took a mark of 56-1 at Charlottetown on August 16th, 2024 in the Lady Slipper Grass Root Division. Roll With the Darling, bred by Christina Leckie of Summerside, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, PEI. Took a mark of 56-1 right here in Charlottetown on August 10th, 2024 in Atlantic Sire Stake B Division. And Princess Halo was a homebred for owner-trainer Garth Cole. He co-owns along with Alfred Baglow. And this one took a mark of 57-1 right here in Charlottetown in her last start. Out to Redland Miss Pretty, bred by Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, and sold at the 2021 Atlantic Classic Sale for $10,000 to Brian McGregor of Bedford, Nova Scotia, Rebecca Blaisdell of Inverness, and Howard Anderson of Trenton, and took a mark of 56-2 at Summerside on June 18th, 2024. And Salzburg Feisty, bred by Salzburg Stable, of Windsor, Nova Scotia, and owned by Kerry Sanders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Took a mark of 55-4 at Truro on July 7th, 2024 in a division of the Frank and Beth Stanfield Memorial. Final division of the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots. And it's finale time here in Charlottetown Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate is in motion. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Salzbrook Annie, All About the Bet, Sensational Gal, Princess Halo, Roll With It Darling, Windermere Sadie, Redland Miss Pretty, and Salzbrook Feisty Outside. Top of the stretch. It's the Thursday night Super High 5 finale. Post time. Up and pacing with a host of levers. Salzbrook Annie along the rail will guard the cones getting out. Princess Halo's leaving out. Then Roll With It Darling towards the rail. Sensational Gal out there 3 high. Windermere Sadie. Then in 6 it's All About the Bet. That is Redland Miss Pretty 7th. And the trailer is Salzbrook Feisty along the backstretch, led by Salzbrook Annie. In line to David Dowling, Princess Halo left well for the 2-hole ride. Racing from 3rd on the cones, that is Sensational Gal. 4th is Roll With It Darling. Now in 5th, that is Windermere Sadie, 28. And 3 was the opening quarter. Back into 6, that's All About the Bet. Moving up 7 is Salzbrook Feisty. And now Redland Miss Pretty trails. They arrive at the opening half mile next, led by Salzbrook Annie by almost 2. 2nd, that's a long shot Princess Halo. 3rd is Sensational Gal, and she's edged out. In at the rail. 4th is Roll With It Darling. 58 seconds flat was the half. Racing on the outside, 4th, Windermere Sadie underway. Now in 5th, Roll With It Darling. 6th, All About the Bet. Then on the outside, that's Salzbrook Feisty, and trailing the field, Redland Miss Pretty, 3/4 coming next. Here's Sensational Gal up to challenge Salzbrook Annie for the lead. On the outside, 3rd, Windermere Sadie is there, 3/4 and 1. 27-4. They're on that turn for the final time, down to an 1/8 to go. Sensational Gal takes over, turning for home. In at the rail, Salzbrook Annie. Windermere Sadie on the outside, 3rd. Down the stretch they come. It's Sensational Gal. Windermere Sadie, not enough. Sensational Gal for Perio in the graduate. 2nd, that's Windermere Sadie. Princess Halo 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:57 and a 1.
Okay, David Dowling, Salzbrook Annie cutting the mile, using the rail to their advantage, and they went out to a lead 28-3, half 58, down in 3/4, 127-4. Coming first up, Sensational Gal and the Maritime Magic Man, and they're going to stun the field here at 13-1. Shocker in the finale in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. Sensational Gal brushes and crushes here in 57-1. Hot on her heels was the post-time favorite, Windermere, Sadie, and Campbell, but they're going to have to settle for the deuce. So it's a 3-6-4-1-5 unofficial super high 5 here in race 13.
Sensational Gal in the 13th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4, a roll with it, Harry, off the big Jim Dam. Quick Decision, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Nick Oak, Gilberto, second winner for the double, the mile in 1:57, and one new pacing record, Sensational Gal, in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. Now the official results from the 13th, Salzburg Annie 4th, All About the Bet 6th, Sensational Gal, the race winner, Princess Halo 3rd, Roll With It Darling finished 5th, Windermere Sadie was 2nd, Redland Miss Pretty 7th, Salzburg Feisty was 8th, the fractions were 28 and 3, 58, 127 and 4, and the mile in 157 and 1. In review, 461, 352, 78. Sensational Gal paid $28.80 to win. The exactor $250.50. Triactor honored the ticket 3-6 all at $167. The late daily double paid $125.60. There will be a super high five carryover to Saturday evening. And that's going to complete our live presentation on this night here in Charlottetown. Tonight's par mutual handle went $88,423. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.